For this, you're going to need to have your book open, your handbook open at Unit 12 and then later 17. All right. How are you today, Christina? Feeling well?
Hello, good morning. I'm fine, thank you. How
Can you hear
about
me
you?
okay? Good, yes. What
Yes,
about
thank
you,
you.
Jamie? Can you switch on your camera so we can see you? Or is it not working? Jamie
Um,
there?
yes. Um,
As we're going to be doing speaking skills, it's actually important to be able to see each other's faces. So can you switch on your camera if possible? Jamie, can you hear me? ¿Me escuchas, Jamie? Also, this is a good tip for teaching. Try and get your students to actually look at the camera. So, Christina, I can't see your mouth. Could you move your camera just a little bit so we can see your full face? That's better. And Jamie, can you hear me? Well, just as well we're recording, so she can, she's not present at the moment. But you're having internet, okay, problems. Okay, Tad's having internet issues as well. Yes, maybe it's something to do with the internet breakdown that happened yesterday around the world. Okay, so today I'm going to be showing you lots of different sort of productive skills that you can try out in the classroom, as well as learning some of the terminology that you'll need for TKT. And also, part of the purpose of this is to show you the sort of speaking and writing activities you can do in your teaching practice, which will be TP4. It's some way away, but it's useful to know what are good activities to do for TP4. So let's start with speaking. Okay, if we're looking at Unit 12, first of all, in our handbook, please get your handbook open at Unit 12. All right, so look at the things that people do when they speak and match them to any of the categories in the table below. All right, so you can actually put them in more than one category. All right. So let's do the first one together. Pronounce words. Where do you think that would go? Is it grammar and vocabulary? Not really, because it's a different system, isn't it, to grammar and vocabulary? Is it functions? No. Is it connected speech? Well, that's an aspect of pronunciation, isn't it? Connected speech, yeah, the way we link words together. So yeah, I think that would be pronounced words. What about answer questions? Where would that go? Any ideas?
Questions could be in interactions.
Yeah, why? You're right, but I think you're right. But why would you say that?
Because when we make a question, it's supposed we have to make an interaction with someone else.
Right. So there has to be two or more people, don't there? Right. So you ask and answer. So it's an interaction. Correct. How about using intonation? I'll give you a clue. Anything to do with pronunciation is connected speech because it's all related to what we call suprasegmental pronunciation. So that's use intonation as well. How about asking for clarification? Is that also interaction? Probably, yeah, because it's like asking and answering, isn't it? When you ask a question, it assumes that there's someone else to answer it. So it's interaction. How about start speaking when someone else stops?
Body language.
Doesn't necessarily involve body language, though, does it? I mean, we're listening and starting to speak when someone else stops, but we're not using very much body language, so no.
Mhm.
Can be interaction.
I think it's probably interaction as well. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of possible areas of interaction with speaking. So yeah. How about this one? Change the content and or style of their speech according to how their listener responds. How about you talking to someone and you discover that they recently had a bereavement in their family, someone in their family has died, right? So then you change your tone and way of interacting with them because you want to show sympathy, right? So that would be to do with appropriacy, wouldn't it? Yeah. Appropriacy is often sometimes called register. How about this one? Asking and giving information.
Interaction.
Looks like it again, doesn't it? Yeah. How about correcting themselves? Difficult, that one. I'm not sure about that one. What do we do when we correct ourselves? I say, I meant,
Could be grammar and vocabulary.
let's put it there, yeah. I can't think of anything else. So yeah, it could be grammar and vocabulary to, yeah. Taking part in discussions.
Interaction too?
Could be interaction. Could it also be functions if you're you're using words for agreement and disagreement? So we could put it there as well, because you're using functions of agreeing and disagreeing. It's possible it might go into more than one category. Yeah, like I agree, I disagree, I totally disagree, that sort of thing. Yeah, when you're having a discussion. Greeting people.
This category could be in 3-1, could be in interaction, body
Yeah.
language when we say when
Yeah.
this, and could be in function too.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, when we greet people, we often raise our hand, don't we? It could be functions. Yeah. Smile is pretty obviously body language, isn't it? Yeah. How about telling stories? I think that's one that could include multiple aspects here. What do you think, Rosa? Have you ever told a story? Have you told a story recently?
No, but we can put in body language.
Yeah.
Interaction.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we often use our bodies to tell stories, don't we? Yeah, like miming. And you said interaction? Yeah, that's a good idea. And what was the other one? Function.
Function?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because there are like meta functions that are involved in telling stories. There's usually an orientation part of the story. There's usually a complication when something went wrong. Yeah. And usually there's a summary or a sort of conclusion to the story or resolution at the end. Yeah, so each of those has functions. Hi, Jamie. I'm glad you managed to connect okay. And welcome, Lucy. We're on unit 12 in our handbook. And we're working on speaking today, first of all. So functions, telling stories, definitely, yes. How about taking part in conversations?
Interaction.
Definitely. Definitely. You can't have a one-sided conversation, can you? Although sometimes my wife feels she has one-sided conversations with me. I guess that's my fault. How about responding appropriately? It's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it? I suppose it's appropriacy. Yeah, so you're going to respond to your boss in a different way that you would to a member of your family, right? So when we're looking at appropriacy in register, we often consider who's the speaker, who is the receiver. Yeah. So like the social status of the people is involved there when we're talking about appropriacy. Yeah. You'd respond to your mother in a different way that you would respond to a child. How about persuading? Could that be functions? Yeah. So think about the different ways that we can persuade in English. Yeah. Could you please help me with this? Carry this thing. So we often use sort of polite language. So that might also come into appropriacy. But there are different functions. Well, the function is persuasion, but there are different ways we can realize it using different exponents, they're called. And using tenses. Pretty much that's just grammar and vocabulary, isn't it? So there you can see the importance of interaction when we're speaking. So that's also going to translate into how we teach speaking, because there needs to be interaction. Students need to get practice interacting with the person they're speaking to in order to be a good speaker, whether it's of Spanish or English. Now, so what is involved in interaction? Let's have a look on this chart here. So interaction involves the following. It may involve eye contact, facial expressions, body language, clarifying your message with, for example, let me explain, confirming that you've understood. This might not involve words, but it might involve emphatic noises like, right, I see. It might involve echo questions. So someone's saying, I went to the cinema, and the person responding says, did you? Okay, so that's like to show interest, isn't it? Okay, so can you think of any other interactive strategies we might use that's not on this list? Okay, well, we're going to look at some of these as we do some speaking demonstrations. As you observe the demos, I'd like you to make notes about the following questions. So think about what speaking skills do the activities focus on? What age group and level would you use these activities for? And do you like them? Why or why not? All right, so I'm going to take a screenshot of this so you have a place to make notes. Put it in the chat. Right, so the first activity I'm going to show you is called 10 objects. Hi. Give me a second. Here we are. Now, so I'm sharing this handout with you. And you can see that there are 10 objects on this handout. And the idea is that you have to decide which of these you would take to a deserted island where there are no people. Okay, imagine you've been stranded on a desert island. You've seen that film Castaway with Tom Hanks, right? What happens in the film Castaway? Can you remember? I'm not sure what it's called in Spanish. Anna. Naufrago, I think it was called, right? And so here's Tom Hanks cast away on his desert island. Get the photograph up. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it. And he ends up talking to the football, right? So imagine you're in the situation of Tom Hanks. You're on a desert island and you've got, but you're only allowed to actually take 10 objects. So you've got to decide which would be most useful, okay? So I'm going to put you into pairs in the breakout rooms, and you have to decide let's just look at the procedure again. I've got to get the instructions right. No, you've got to choose 3 out of the 10 that you would take. So you've got 10. Out of a possible 10, which 3 would you take? All right. Out of these 10. So it's a good idea to check the students understand what these objects are. Whistle, yeah. A compass, yeah, that's number 6. Cord is like rope. A cooking pot. And a bow saw is like for cutting branches, right? So I'm going to give you a few minutes in your breakout rooms, and I'd like you to decide which 3 of those 10 you would choose to take to a deserted island, okay? Also think about the language that you're using when you're making your decision. Okay? Let's go to the breakout rooms. Jamie and Rosa and Christina and Lucy. Give you about 7 minutes to decide. All right, good job. So I think Lucy was going to present the objects from Christina and Lucy's group. Go ahead, Lucy. Can you switch
Yeah,
on your camera or no?
my internet's pretty bad, so I don't know if turning my camera on will help with that.
Try it, see if it works. Because as we're doing speaking, it's always a good practice with speaking activities to get the students to switch on their cameras. See if it works. If it doesn't, well, it doesn't matter.
Okay, wait. Hmm. Okay, there we go.
That's it.
Can you
Great.
see
We
me?
can see your face. Fantastic.
Great. So the objects we chose were first the personal first aid kit, in case we run into an accident by just doing our things, and we get to just fix ourselves up pretty quick and maybe not die from an infection on the spot. Then we chose a compass, so in case we get lost, we can just get our compass and maybe try to find our way around and back to where we first initially were. And then we chose the bow saw, so we could get some wood and yeah, so we can get ourselves some wood, start a fire, maybe try building some stuff out of that, and uh maybe it could also help us as a kind of tool to just cut up things, cut up our food and things like that. So yeah, those were the three objects we chose.
Good job. Well justified as well. Thank you, Lucy. Now, in Rosa and Jamie's group, who was going to present there? Is it Rosa or Jamie? You're going to tell us your objects. Jamie, can you tell us?
Yes, I'm actually trying to share, but
Okay, let me
I
stop screen sharing,
can't.
then you can. Go ahead.
Mm, no.
Okay, well, just tell us then, yeah?
Um, we chose the cord. We chose the bowl saw, and we chose the means to light a fire. Means to light a fire, and bowl saw, and the cord. Why Rosa? Why did you choose the cord? Because that was the only one we had different.
Well, I choose the cord because we can use it if we fell down. We can tie maybe on a tree, and we can like go down with the cord, or maybe tie some um, some straws, maybe, I think.
And we had a different one. I choose a personal first aid kit. So if we get hurt, something like that. The means to light a fire, maybe obviously to cook or to get warm if it's really cold. And means to light a fire, a cord, means to light a fire, and personal first aid kit.
Good. I think those are good suggestions. So you'll notice that when you were doing this task, you were using certain functions like suggestions or giving opinions, right? So as the teacher, you have a decision about whether you want to let the students do the task, the speaking task, without teaching some of these functions, or perhaps you could actually teach the students before they do the speaking task, and then encourage them while they're speaking to use some of these functions. Like, so asking for opinions. What do you think about then the item? Do you agree? And then opinions in favor of something, we should choose number 2. Let's do this one. And then giving opinions against. Right? Sometimes students don't know how to do this, so you need to teach them, and this will help to build the fluency. Right? So you shouldn't choose number 3. It could be dangerous. That won't work. You'll drown. So let's consider 10 objects then. And perhaps you could make some notes about it's not obligatory, but for each activity you could make some notes on the handbook. You'll notice there it says the name of the activity and what the aim was, the interaction. Was it group work? Was it pair work? INT means interaction. And the procedure. Can you think of any problems or solutions with this? So one problem is that I think the students might lack language to do the task. It's actually quite sophisticated language that you're using. Right, giving opinions, arguing, disagreeing. Sorry, it could be pair or group work. Aim, it's right. Develop fluency through use of functions for giving opinions, asking and asking. And that was 10 objects. And you can write the procedure yourself. So what did you think about that activity? What age group and level would you use that for? Ten objects. Language is quite sophisticated, isn't it? So maybe older teenagers. Maybe B1 and above. Did you like the activity? Not so much.
I did. I think it's a pretty good way of getting students to practice their speaking skills.
Okay. Yeah. It's like what we call a problem-solving task. And yeah, the older students tend to like it. All right, so let's have a look at a speaking activity for maybe a younger audience. It's called two cards. Okay, and this is the procedure. I'm going to ask you to take two cards with pictures on them and make a sentence with both words in it. Okay. So I'm going to give you a Jamboard screen to work on. Okay, so let's have you working with a different partner this time. It's Rosa and Lucy. Okay, so the idea is you choose two cards and make a sentence. When I was going out with my first girlfriend, we were in love, and we used to write each other lots of letters, love letters like that. So that's what you do. You choose two pictures and try and make a sentence with them. Okay, I'm going to give you about 6 or 7 minutes again and see how many sentences you can make by matching, using two pictures together and making a sentence. Christina, what are you going to do? Can you explain?
Okay, we are going to choose two images or two cards, and we are going to make a single sentence using the two cards.
That's
And
totally
we are
right.
and we are going to make as many sentences as we can in 7 minutes.
7 minutes, that's right. Okay, let's begin. I'm going to recreate. Put you into breakout rooms once again. Christina and Jamie. Sorry, I spelled your name wrong. Okay. Oh, sorry. Stop. I didn't share the link with you. Got to share the link with you first. Okay, so apologies. I didn't share the link because you need to have access to this, right? So click on the Jamboard and find your slide. Yeah. So Rosa and Lucy, you're doing slide 1. Slide 2 is Christine and Jamie. Okay. Let's try again. Let's do it again now. Sorry about that. Basic mistake when setting up activities. Go ahead. Okay, some good observations so far. So 2 cards. What was the speaking skill that was being developed there? Two cards. I think one person in our group pointed out that it was to help students build simple sentences, which is true, but you could also, for stronger students, it's kind of a flexible activity. Lucy came up with quite a sophisticated sentence, like if you touch a bomb, it could kill you, right? So that is quite a sophisticated, complex sentence because it's got a conditional clause in it, hasn't it? Yeah. So what age group and level would you use it for?
I think it's suitable for any level.
Yeah, any level. Yeah, it could be from as soon as they can begin to write sentences or formulate sentences through speech. So any level from A1 upwards, and maybe from teenagers to adults in terms of the age group. Did you like the activity or not so much? It's kind of fun, isn't it? Yeah. And easy to adapt to online teaching as well, if you use something like Jamboard. So just to note this in our handbook. Oh, no, that's wrong. All right. So there. So it can help students build simple or complex sentences. It's pair or group work. There's some procedure. I'll share this with you at the end so that you can the answers in case you miss anything. We noted that students may need vocabulary input. It could be hard to match a picture and make a cohesive sentence for some students. All right, so next activity is visualization. So I want you to close your eyes. Close your eyes. Okay. I want to imagine your first day at school. Okay, so think back to your first day at school. What were you wearing? Okay, think about that. What were you wearing that first day at school? Were you wearing a uniform? Were you wearing your own clothes? How did you feel? Were you feeling nervous, happy, scared? Where did you sit? Where did you sit? What did your teacher look like? What did your teacher look like? What did you do at the end of the day? What did you do at the end of the day? Okay. So I'm going to put those questions in the chat so you don't forget them. Okay, and I'm going to put you into pairs in the breakout rooms, and I want you to spend a few minutes telling your partner what you visualized. All right. So, Jamie, what are you going to do in this speaking task?
Okay, we're gonna be in small groups in pairs. We're
Yeah?
gonna go to the breakout rooms and we're gonna see these questions we have in the chat.
Okay,
we're
but you've
gonna-
already thought about them. Those are just there to remind you, yeah, in case you forget.
Okay,
And what are you going to tell your partner?
we're gonna talk about what we visual in our
Visualized, yes, great.
visualize in
What you
our
visualized.
about our first date at school.
Okay. Now, you've got 2 minutes each, okay? 4 minutes in total. So don't spend any longer than 2 minutes telling your partner, all right? Open the rooms now. Same partner as before. So some nice stories there. Just for the whole group, can one of you please tell us your visualization story? How about you, Christina?
Okay, I have to make my, I have to tell my own story or what
You'll-
Jamie told me.
Whichever.
Okay, Jamie told me that she remember, she visualized her days in kindergarten. She remembered she was wearing normal clothes. She was feeling excited. She doesn't remember where she sat. And she remember a teacher. Her teacher has very short hair, right, Jimmy? And finally, at the end of the day, she remembers she got lost because she took another bus. And that's what she told me. If I making a mistake, please, Jamie, tell me that's not correct. Okay, but I think I remember.
You're okay.
Okay. And about me, I remember my first day in mid school. I was wearing a new uniform. My uniform was color dark blue. I remember I felt excited too. I remember I sat in the front of the classroom, and I remember my English teacher. She was medium age. She has short hair too, curly hair, and the last thing at the end of the day, I remember having dinner with my family. What happened?
Great. Thank you very much. That's a nice, lovely stories. Now, so what do you think is what speaking skill was being developed in visualization?
We use a lot of grammar in past.
We did, but I wasn't forcing you to use any particular grammar structure, right? So it was mainly focused on fluency, wasn't it? Yeah. However, you were naturally using these what we call narrative tenses, right? Or narrative forms to tell stories. Yeah. So it was very much a fluency-based activity, wasn't it? What age group and level would you use it for? Could it be adapted? Obviously, we need to change the context, wouldn't we? Yeah. It could be like, what was your first day at work? Visualize your first day at work if it was a more adult group, yeah? So any level and age could be the answer there. Did you like it? Why or why not? Didn't like it. People no? Christina, did you like that activity or not?
Yes, I like it.
Why?
Because it it was, I don't know how to say it. So we try to find the words in my participation. For example, I noticed I made some mistakes, and I liked the way I could make some corrections, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's good because the listening skills are practiced in an unstressful way. So there's no pressure on you as the students to produce right away. Yeah, some students get really tense if they say, okay, no, you've got to start speaking, yeah? But I think it's a really good practice when you're developing speaking to give students time to think and prepare. So that's what I like about this activity. First, there's listening skills. You're practicing that in an unstressful way, and there's no pressure to produce. So yeah. And also, it doesn't require many materials, does it? As a teacher, you don't have to spend a lot of time making materials there. So it's economical. All right, so let's look at our notes. So visualization. For the aim, I said developing speaking fluency. And I could also mention listening as there. So maybe subsidiary aim there. Storytelling and retelling. One advantage of this is that you can get the students to retell the story, as Christina did. And what do you notice when you retell a story? Do you get better at it, or does it get worse whenever you retell a story? What did you notice, Christina? Was it the better the second time or better the first time?
I think was better the second time.
Yeah.
Because we can focus on the details.
Yeah, you can add extra details. You can perhaps figure out that maybe I made a mistake with a grammar tense, so you change it. So it's a really good idea to retell a story. Get the students to retell. And there was also, as you notice, the use of past time references. Christina used reported speech when she was talking about her partner, and there was listening. The interaction is pairs. There you have the procedure. And just the problem, I think, would be that you need to change the context to suit the age group of the learners. But it's not a very serious problem, is it? Now, let's do picture dictation. That's the next one on our list. Picture dictation. Now, this is quite a good activity for younger learners because it involves drawing, and kids usually like drawing, don't they? Drawing stuff. All right, so, but it also can work with adults, I think. Now, we're going to use the Jamboard again. And I'm going to have you work with a different partner this time. So, what was it last time? Let's have Lucy and Rosa. So, for this, you're going to each have a different slide. and you're going to describe your picture to your partner. And your partner is going to try to draw what you described. So you can spend 1 or 2 minutes looking at the picture. Now, I'm not going to find it difficult to actually demonstrate this for you because you're going to have to find your slide. Okay, so slide 3, please make a note of this. Lucy. Slide 3 is Lucy. Okay. And your picture is the guy with the garbage truck. Or the garbage thing. Rosa, you are slide 4. And you have a guy with a camera. Student, slide 5 is Jamie. And slide 6 is Christina. And you have the same types of pictures. Okay, so I'm going to give you the link now. Please find your slide. Go directly to the slide. Don't look at other slides. The slide with your name on. Okay. Click on there. Now, you cannot look at your picture's partner, and you take it in turns to describe the missing part of your picture to your partner, and the partner draws it. You can ask questions to your partner if the description is not clear. All right. Now, you'll need the pen tool, and I'll give you about 10 minutes to do this. See how you get on. I will come in and assist you with the drawing if necessary. Have you found your slide? Yeah? Can you see where you have to draw? In the blank space. Yeah, it says draw here. Right, so let's see. I'll start the breakout rooms. I'm going to give you max 10 minutes. Let's begin. Just missing your partner. How was that? Did you enjoy that activity? It's kind of fun, wasn't it? Yeah? The kids usually like it in particular, but you could do it with adults as well. Why not? So let's have a look at your artistic works here. That was Christina's. That was pretty good. Very detailed, eh? Like that one. Oh no, that's an empty one. Jamie, okay. It's simple but effective. Those is wearing jeans, and that looks like a camera. So and there's some sort of hat on there, isn't there? Is that a hat? Or is it just hair? Okay, he's got longish hair anyway.
It's his hair, yeah.
Yeah, and that was a good one of the sanitary worker cleaning the street. Yeah, with a hat. And oh, look, the headphones and the clipboard is there. So, did you like that activity? Well, yes, I think we all did, didn't we? But what is the speaking skill focused on here? Would you say it's more accuracy or fluency based? Are we concerned with the precision of the language, or is it we're trying to encourage them to speak as much as possible?
I think both,
Yeah.
but we try to speak as much as possible,
Yeah.
finding some details in the pictures.
Yeah. That's right. Did you notice any verb tenses that were being used? Perhaps the continuous, he is wearing. Yeah, be quite good for present continuous, wouldn't it? He's wearing headphones. He's carrying a brush to sweep the streets. Yeah. What age group would it be suitable for? Any, no? Any age group, I guess. You could do it with an adult group to make it bring some fun into the classroom. And level could be elementary and above. It also depends on the how complicated the picture is to draw and describe, right? And yeah, so let's have a look what we noted on our handbook. So regarding the aim, it would be accuracy if the teacher specifies the language you have to use. But it's also fluency based, as the students can describe the picture in as much detail as they choose. It may also include the speaking skill of, or sub-skill of, turn taking. So you could give them some expressions for taking turns, right? Now it's my turn, it's your turn, and so on. And that's part of interaction, that you have to give up your turn so someone else can speak. So there, it's pair work, and there is the procedure. Possible difficulties. Could be difficult to set up and manage, especially online. I think it would be easier in a real classroom. Although it could be noisier because the students might disturb each other. The pictures need to be changed to suit the age of the learners. Okay, so we've only got 2 more. And the next one is information gap. So you get this one ready. For this, we will use the Google Documents tool. And you have a diary, like a schedule of activities, but it's blank. Okay. So each person, Christina, Jamie, Lucy, you all have your individual diaries. It's like your schedule for next week. So I'd like you to fill in the spaces with arrangements you have made. You can invent them. It doesn't have to be true. All right. Okay. Actually, I'm going to have one of you be an observer this time. Who wants to be the observer? You can give them
Me.
feedback on how well that. Lucy, your job is to give them feedback on how well they did the activity, okay? So
Okay.
I'm just going to remove your name from this. Yeah. So the 3 people participating are Christina, Jamie, and who's missing?
Rosa.
And Rosa. Okay. So I'm going to share with you the link, and I want you to write in your arrangements. All right. That's the first stage. It's writing in the arrangements that you have made. All right. So maybe you're going to the gym on Monday afternoon, right? In Rosa's case, it doesn't have to be true. Then you're going to arrange a meeting, and you work in groups of 3 and use your diaries to find a time when you can all meet when you don't have some. So it says fill in 5 of the spaces. All right. So don't do any more than 5. Because if you do more than 5, then you won't be able to find any time to meet. All right. So let me share it with you. Please click on the activity. Find your table and fill in 5 spaces. You can make it realistic as realistic or unrealistic as you wish. Rosa, you are on page 3, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, Jamie's got 2. I'm gonna stop sharing for a while. Okay, Jamie, you've got 5, so stop. Okay, don't, Christina, don't have them all on like one day. Spread them out so there's 5 spaces, yeah? We're just going to focus on mornings and afternoons and the days. Okay, so have 5. So let's move some of these to a different day. I'm going to move them for you, okay? All right. I think we're just about ready to go. Christina, you just need to have one more space filled in. And Rosa's finished. Okay, so please work together, the 3 of you, and find a time when you can all meet. All of you can meet together for a meeting. All right? So you're going to need questions like, are you free on Monday morning? And then you say things like, sorry, I'm busy. I have a dentist's appointment. Questions like, what are you doing on Wednesday afternoon? You notice I'm using a certain verb form there. What are you doing on the Wednesday afternoon? Okay, so Lucy, I'd like you to please listen and note down examples of the language they use. Can you do that? Lucy, ¿me escuchas?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So you're going to give them some feedback at the end, all right, on the language they've used and how well they did the task. Did they do it well or not so well? Okay, you be the judge. Okay, so Jamie, Rosa, and Christina, work together, please, and try to arrange a meeting. Find a time when you can all meet.
Okay, can I start? Hi, girls. What about going to take a cup of coffee next weekend, sorry. Next week.
Okay.
Okay. Are you free on Monday's morning?
I'm not free. I have a doctor appointment.
I am free after 10 a.m. in the morning on Wednesday.
Sorry, I can't.
What about Thursday or Friday?
In the morning or in the afternoon?
In the morning.
I'm free on Friday.
I'm free on morning and afternoon too, on Thursday and Friday.
I'm free on Thursday morning.
Okay, could be on on Thursday morning.
I can't.
I can too.
I can't. I need to wash my car on Thursday morning.
Oh,
I only can on Friday morning.
on Friday morning. I can too. What about you, Rosa? Friday morning? Are you free?
Sorry, no, I go to the gym,
Mm,
but I have free on Friday afternoon.
Me too.
I have a birthday party, so I can't.
And what do you do on Wednesday afternoon?
I will have a meeting with friends, so I
And-
can't.
And I'm going to the movies with my daughter.
Oh. But in the
Mm,
morning, on Wednesday morning,
I have to go to the bank
oh.
I go
and
to
then to
school.
the supermarket. That day is too busy for me.
Um, um, are you free on Tuesday afternoon?
Yes,
I'm free.
I am free.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so
Yay.
we are lucky on Thursday afternoon. Now we have to agree in the place.
Mm.
What's the time you can all meet?
Mm.
I propose 5 o'clock
On which day?
on Thursday, next
Yes.
Thursday at
Okay,
5 o'clock.
So was that possible for both Jamie and Rosa?
On Thursday? No, on Tuesday.
And
Is
On
it Tuesday,
Tuesday
right?
afternoon.
Tuesday?
Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah.
Yes?
I'm free.
Rosa, is
What-
that possible for you?
On Thursday? No. On Tuesday? Yes.
Okay, on Tuesday. I'm free on Tuesday too.
5 o'clock.
Jamie, that's
5
possible for
o'clock.
you?
5 o'clock, yep.
All right. So you've solved the problem, right? It's like so Lucy, what's your opinion? How well did they do?
I think they did good. Yeah, I believe they did good. Maybe I mean I get it. You could get a bit lost or confused while doing the task, but overall I think they did pretty great. Maybe just a bit more I don't know how to say it. They could have been a bit more organized, like say I am free this day, and maybe someone could agree, and then they could. I think that'd be a quicker way of doing it. But even so, I think they did pretty good.
Good. What about the verb tenses that they used?
I noticed a bit of just tiny mistakes here and there. I don't remember who said like, oh, I can't remember specifically the sentence, but they asked, what? No. What about? Yeah, they said someone said, what about we go grab coffee next week?
Uh-huh.
And this is just a tiny example, but and then, well, I believe it said, how about, no? So I noticed a bit of tiny mistakes like that. But other than that,
But
I
did you
think
notice any tenses that the it was the task required them to use?
tenses.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because this is one of the advantages of this kind of task. It can kind of force them to use a certain verb tense, okay? And it's actually designed to make them use the present continuous for future arrangements. All right, for example, I'm taking the cat to the vet. Right? I can't, so this you would say, I can't on Wednesday. Why not? I'm taking the cat to the vet. Yeah, so we use the present continuous for something that we've already planned or made an arrangement, right? So you'll notice that you can sort of encourage students to use these forms when they're doing the task. And that's one of the advantages. It's developing their fluency, but also can work on aspects of accuracy. You were also using prepositions for time and place, weren't you? Yeah. So it's also making them use that sort of language that maybe they've learned in the classroom. So the interaction is pairs or small groups, and so the procedure is there. They have to. Oh, it's a fairly straightforward procedure, isn't it? What do you think the problems could be? Problems and solutions? Did you notice any potential problems or solutions?
For example, when I confuse the day, Thursday by Tuesday, and we have to repeat the day.
Okay.
And that was a little confusing, but
So it might require some language preparation.
yes.
Probably the students won't know how to do it, so you'd have to do a demonstration, right? Or maybe you could get 2 students to demonstrate to the, if you've got a large class and you say you've got 30 students, right? And so that's 15 pairs of students. That's going to be difficult to manage, right? So you'll need to demonstrate it before in front of the whole class, maybe with 1 pair of students, right? That's what we call open pairs, right? So you get the students to demonstrate it for you, demonstrate the activity. Because especially with the younger students, they might have problems with that. But okay, so we've talked about the speaking skill. What age group do you think it's suitable for? Age group and level?
Maybe adults, and the level could be A2, B1.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, teenagers or adults, because it requires a certain amount of maturity to do it, you know. Is it adaptable, do you think? Could you adapt this sort of activity for different age groups, different levels? You know, it's actually quite a common type of activity that you find in course books. It's called the information gap, right? And it's very often used for more fluent fluency practice. Right? So you should be able to find lots of different types of information gap activities in your course book. So don't forget that terminology because it comes up quite a lot in speaking and language practice parts of the TKT, right? Information gap, it's called. And if you look in our TKT glossary, it's mentioned there. The other thing I wanted to show you, but we don't have time to actually do it today, is role play. But we've got an example here of a role play, and on the same Google Doc that I gave you, right? And you can study it in your own time. With a good role play, you need role play cards, and you also need to have a clear situation or context. So this could be quite useful for practicing giving complaints, making more formal complaints about something. You're worried that your child is unhappy at school, she's been bullied, right? So expressing concerns. So the great thing about role plays is that they give the chance to students to practice different aspects of appropriacy. You know, we mentioned appropriacy earlier. Yeah. So obviously, if you're speaking to the head teacher, there's the principal of the school, you're going to have to use more polite language than you would normally. Yeah. So this gives sort of a context for students to practice more different aspects of appropriacy or register. That's one of the great advantages of role plays. Right. So before we finish speaking today, we just need to do one more thing, which is a quick TKT practice. So you're not totally out of practice with TKT. And I will share also with you this this table about these communicative activities. So let me give you this. I'm going to save it as communicative activities. All right, with you in the chat. There you have it. And just to finish off then, well, what are communicative activities? I keep saying that. Well, let's have a definition of them. They encourage learners to participate. They're usually carried out without the teacher's interference. We may intervene, but we don't interrupt. Right? The idea is that we let the students get on with the task. They require learners to interact with others in pairs or small groups. They must emulate real life as much as possible. So that's why we did this planning your diary, yeah? When you're available to meet. That's very realistic. People do that all the time, whether it's speaking directly or through, you know, WhatsApp these days. Most of the learners participate at the same time, and learners can build their confidence because they get the feeling that in a real life situation. So information gap, we've talked about that. Usually a piece of information is missing. Typical ones are find your partner, you're collecting information, or finding someone who has some information. Reaching a consensus, students are given a situation, it could be real or fictitious, and they're asked to make a decision they all agree on. So that was a bit like our 10 objects, right, on the desert island. Problem solving. Students are given a complex situation and work out a suitable solution. Story construction. Students work in small groups and they're given cards with which they create a story. So the 2 pictures was a bit like that. If we'd wanted to, we could have used more pictures and asked them to tell a whole story, couldn't we? Role play and simulation. Students act out a situation they may encounter in real life. Could be a job interview, telephone conversation. They may also pretend to be someone else with different feelings and personalities that they may not share. So that gives them the opportunity to practice, register different aspects of appropriacy. And we have communicative games. That's for another day. So normally the procedure is to set up the situation, give instructions, check that the students know which language they're going to use. The students perform the task. The teacher monitors. Teacher gives feedback on activity or task and gives feedback on language such as pronunciation and vocabulary, tenses. And the teacher sets up the follow-up activity. If there may not be a follow-up activity, it might stop with the feedback, the language feedback. All right, so there we go. This is recorded, so you can go back and look at it if you wish. But the final thing is just to do a quick TKT practice task. It's page, I have it as page 61, I think. And you'll see this one. Okay, I'll give you about 5 minutes to do this one. You have to match the activities with the focuses. So the 3 focuses are appropriacy, fluency, and connected speech, which is pronunciation. Maximum 5 minutes. When you're done, please put the answers into the chat. All right. I think we're ready to check. Christina. So I'll just give you 20 more seconds to finish, Jamie. Oh, Jamie's submitted. Rosa hasn't submitted though. All right, time's up. So here are the correct answers. Oh, not quite right. There you go. So number 1, phonemes is pronunciation related, so that's connected speech, right? Connected speech is the bigger part of pronunciation. Everything from the small to the individual sounds to intonation. Practice at speaking at a natural speed, it would be B, fluency. If we speak too slow, that's a pronunciation issue. Greeting informally, the key word is informally, so that's appropriacy. Identifying main stress in short dialogues, connected speech. Practice in speaking without hesitating is fluency again, so that's B. Formal invitations, that's to do with appropriacy or register, so the answer is 6 is A. And practice in using intonation to show surprise is C. Connected speech. Great. Now it's our break. So let's return, please, at 11:30 when we'll continue with writing. Okay, so can you find Unit 7, please? 17 in your handbook. You feeling refreshed, everyone? Shall we continue? Great. So writing is the second half of today. And in Unit 17, the task is the following. Look at these different types of written texts. Check the ones you have ever written. All right, so this is quite an interesting division between ones you would actually write and ones you perhaps just read, right? So, for example, I've only written a poem once or twice, but I have actually written a poem, and I've actually given some written instructions to how to do a computer issue. So but I've never written a calendar, right? Why would I write a calendar? No. So I've never written that. So I think I would put an X there. Yeah. A dictionary entry. I've never written a dictionary entry. I have written a form. Okay. Like a formato. Because my son is starting university and I had to write in the details on the formato, right? Letters I've written. Emails, yes, obviously. And timetables, not very often, but I've helped participate in the writing of a timetable. So I had to write my name on the timetable for the IHC course, right? So here's a timetable. So yeah, I would say I've written a timetable. It's not something I do very often, but yeah, I've done it. Textbook. I've contributed to a course book, a teacher's course book. So I would say, yeah. Postcard, yeah. An invitation, yeah. Stories and tales, not very often, but I've done it. Written a diary. Yeah. I've actually written a magazine article because I used to work as a journalist in another life. And newspaper articles I've written. Encyclopedias, no. No. Never written a public warning sign. Map, no. Travel brochure, no. Reports, yeah, I've written reports. Advertisements, no. Any sort of notice? Not really, no. Catalog, no. Biography, no. Rules and regulations. I've written rules and regulations, yeah, when I was a manager. Written them. Recipe. I've copied a recipe. So I would say, yeah. Menu, no. Restaurant review, no. Personal notes, yeah. No. Travel guide. Yeah, I've written descriptions of photos for Instagram. On my Instagram account, I've written that. Entertainment guide. Not really. If I was a journalist, still I might do. And love letter, yes. So what about you? Similar? So which of these texts do you find more difficult to write? Do you write why? And which of these do you write more frequently?
Maybe emails.
You find them difficult to write, or you write them frequently?
I write them frequently.
Yeah. Probably the most common, and it's not on the list, is WhatsApp texts, right? But the nearest would be emails. Yeah. And you're the same, Rosa, Christina? Emails would be the most common of these. Which do you find more difficult than others?
For me, could be poems.
Poems, yes.
Poems, maybe dictionary entries.
Yeah, very difficult to write, right? The
Encyclopedia.
poems. Yeah. But you never write them, probably, right?
No, I haven't.
So that would make them difficult to write because you're not familiar with how to write them. Whereas emails, you've had plenty of practice, haven't you? Yeah. Like a magazine or newspaper article, it's been so long since I've written one that I've kind of forgotten how to do it. And what do you need to know how to write them?
The rules and the structure they use to write them.
Yes, because each type of text has a certain convention, doesn't it? Yeah. Different conventions that are used when writing, whether it's an informal email or WhatsApp text to a formal letter of complaint. And we'll be looking later at a formal letter of complaint. So yes, this is the difficulty with writing. It's the different conventions that are required. So, but first, some key concepts. All written text types have two things in common. Firstly, they are written to communicate a particular message. Secondly, they're written to communicate to somebody. Even if it's to ourselves, in the case of a diary, right? We're still communicating to someone, to ourselves. And sometimes we write diaries with the hope that someone will read them in the future, right? So it's never a completely alone exercise when writing. It's usually we're communicating to someone, even to ourselves, like when we're writing a shopping list. So what we write and how we write depends on who will read our message. Make sense? Writing involves several sub-skills. Some are related to accuracy, but others are related to how we organize ideas and how we express them in an appropriate style. So to write effectively, we need to know about spelling, grammar, punctuation, layout, word choice, cohesive devices, and paragraphing. So some have got to do with organization of ideas. Some have to do with the more mechanical aspects of language. Okay, so before we go on to this next task, let's compare writing with speaking. Okay, and so Group A, let's have you, Jamie, and we still have Lucy. Oh, there are only 3 of us now, so we can do it as one group. Here's a Jamboard then, and the yellow stickies refer to writing, and the orange stickies refer to speaking. So we're just contrasting speaking and writing here. I'd like you to match their equivalents. So written language in English has no or very little visual support. Sometimes it does. Sometimes when you have a newspaper article, you've got visual support, but often when you're reading a book, there's no visual support, right? So you've got to match that one. Think? No. Oh, body language is used to support communication, right? Yeah, so there is visual support with spoken English language, isn't there? So we've got gestures and facial expressions. So I'd like you to please access this Jamboard and match the rest of them. Okay, let's check. So yeah, so that one is, yeah, visual, it's body language, punctuation. So how do we show sentences in speaking? Well, we use them through stress and intonation and pausing, I should say. Written consists of letters, sentences, and punctuation joined together. Consists of connected speech, sentences, incomplete sentences, or single words. That's, you know, stays on the page, disappears as soon as it's spoken, unless there's a recording. It uses exact vocabulary and more complex grammar. Speaking often uses rather general vocabulary and simple grammar. Why? Well, with writing, we've got more time to think, haven't we? So we tend to get out our more elaborate phrases, nuestras palabras domingueras when we're writing. It's usually quite organized. Sentences follow one another in logical sequences, are joined to previous or following sentences, yes. So the contrast is interruptions, repetitions, hesitations. Yeah. Okay, so there are some key differences between writing and speaking. So how do we go about planning a writing lesson with all this in mind? Okay, so in our materials, it says, look at the writing activity next page. Now, the material is from pre-intermediate level. And I think I'd like us to brainstorm together, speaking together, how we would plan a lesson to teach this material. So the material is on your handbook, and it's called London Job Placements. Yeah. So, question. It's an advert, right? But what does the advert want us to do? You've got the page open, yeah? You can find it. So you've got it in front of you.
They want you to write a short letter
Uh-huh.
about when you're available to work, what work experience you have, what kind of work you prefer.
Yeah. So this is what is called a cover letter. And the cover letter goes with the resume. And okay, we don't send many physical letters these days, but we still often send emails to accompany a resume. All right, so this is why this is still relevant, I think. Okay, so the writing task is we have to include when they're available to work, what work experience you have, what kind of work you prefer. So that's what the students are going to produce, right, a letter. So how could we start a lesson like this? What would we have in the introduction to the lesson? Shall we put some ideas on the Jamboard? Maybe we could put them in order. Number one. Remember the level is pre-intermediate, so the language level is not very high. What could we do first in this lesson with the students? Imagine you've got 10 pre-intermediate students and you want them to, by the end of the lesson, at least write part of the letter. ¿Qué harías tú, Cristina, if you were a teacher?
I begin with a warmer, maybe asking students if they have the experience for looking for a job.
So yeah, looking for a job. Maybe talk to your partner about what's involved in
Or
looking for a
maybe
job.
if you had ever worked.
Well, let's assume they have, right? That they're adults, right? Maybe youngish adults, and maybe they've already left university. So maybe they're already looking. What jobs have you applied for? Maybe it's only like working in Starbucks, yeah, but or OXO. Okay, so that would be interesting, wouldn't it? So that then you could teach them this idea of a cover letter. And elicit from them resume. In the US, it's called resume. In the UK, it's usually called CV, curriculum vitae. And in Mexican Spanish, it's also curriculum, yeah? Okay, so what's next? What would we do then?
I could show my students an example of how to write a resume, for example, and what information they
But it's not a
have
resume. It's not a resume. Okay, so you have to use this material. Yeah, so this letter goes with the resume, but it's not a resume. Yeah, it's like what we call a cover letter. Yeah. So maybe don't you need to maybe give them prepare some questions. Like, what are the jobs that are advertised here? Right? Do you know what an au pair is? So maybe get them to read the advert. Maybe concept check some of this vocabulary. Do you know what an au pair is? Do you know what an au pair is? Because sometimes it's cultural differences. People in Mexico might not know what an au pair is. Can you tell me what an au pair is?
It could be named like babysitter.
Yeah, it's a bit like a babysitter. It's like a fancy babysitter, right? So, I don't know. You're a rich Italian or German family, right? And you have lots of children. And then you invite a teenager from another country, like from France, to look after your kids for the summer. That's an au pair. Yeah. So we do need to check some of this language in the advert because maybe our students wouldn't know that. Yeah? That maybe because they're Mexicans, so maybe they don't have that experience. They're young, no idea what an au pair is. Also, you know, is it common for young people to work as these jobs in Mexico? Like working in restaurants and shops, summer camps, working as a travel guide, working on a building site. So we need to check the details, don't we? Rates of pay. What does that mean? What's a good rate of pay? Cuánto paga, right? So you need to address some of those cultural differences. And maybe explain them. All right. Some Mexicans are aware of the fact that people go to the US and work there. But it's quite common where this material is from Europe, it's from Britain. Notice it's from London. So people are accustomed to working in different countries. Even with Brexit, it still happens. Yeah. All right. So then what could we do? Having looked at some of this vocabulary, what's the next step? Could we just do the material as it suggests? Put the parts of the letter in the correct place? Could be, no? Should we put that down? Okay, so having put the sections of the letter in the right place. Is there anything else we could do before getting them to write their own cover letter? Could we get them to look at some of the language? Is there any difficult language there in the letter? There's like formulaic language, right? I look forward to hearing from you. Do we need to change that? Can the students use that directly? I look forward to hearing from you. It's what we call a fixed expression, right? So the students can simply copy that. Maybe so look at some of the variable and fixed expressions. No, they wouldn't be able to copy everything, right? They'd have to change some of it. So they'd have to change. I would prefer a job where I could practice my English, but I would be happy to consider any offer. So maybe you might have to change that. Some of the details. I have experience of working in restaurants and offices. Maybe you don't, so you have to say, yeah, I've experience of working in coffee shops and offices. I've also worked with teenagers, so the students may have to change some of the language. So that could be the fourth one. And what about the final stage? Could be give students their own template. And write. Their own cover letter. Once they've written the letter, is there anything you could do then? What do you think, Christina? What do you think, Jamie? Once they've written their cover letter, what could be the next stage? Is that it?
You check what they write.
Right, so some way of checking.
And give feedback.
Revising, yes. Giving feedback to what they have written. So we're going to be looking at different ways you can do that. Because we want to get students to review and revise and proofread what they have written, don't we? All right, so I'm going to get you to actually do some writing yourself shortly. But let's just review some of the stages for a possible writing lesson. This is one type of writing lesson called a process writing lesson. It said, look at the following stages to develop writing and order them from 1 to 6. Then discuss with your peers the question below. How would you implement these steps to the lesson based on the writing material above? So if we look in our handbook. It's got this activity task 3. Can you see that now? It says, look at the following stages to develop writing and order them from 1 to 6. So could you do this individually, please? Give you about 2 to 3 minutes. Write the number. What do you think needs to go first? Give you a maximum 2 minutes to do this. Remember, brainstorming is lluvia de ideas. All right, so Jamie, what do you think? Which goes first?
I don't know if brainstorming or planning.
Brainstorming, yeah.
Maybe it could be a brainstorming.
Yeah.
And then writing a draft.
Uh-huh. So that would be 3.
Yeah. Brainstorming, planning, writing a draft. The other one, editing,
Yeah.
editing,
Editing.
and the other one is proofreading.
Yeah. Which do you think comes first, proofreading or producing another draft?
Producing another. Maybe producing another draft.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna check the
Proofreading
mistakes.
usually comes right at the end, right? When you're pretty much satisfied, yeah? So yeah, that's correct. So yeah, this is really the process of writing, especially more sophisticated texts that you're producing. Right? Typically, we need to, when we're working with, I don't know, teenagers who need to write essays for university, this is a very relevant sort of process. Now, you know, if for something a bit more informal, we don't usually insist on, yeah, you've got to write another draft of an email, right? However, if it's a formal email, we might want to make sure that we've got everything correct. So there might be more editing involved and rewriting. Okay, so how can we give some feedback to our students on their writing? Well, we could do these things. So we can give feedback during the writing. So maybe the teacher would take a draft, the primer borrador, right, and anonymously, and then we show it on the digital projector. You ask for some improvements from the students, and then you ask the students to redraft, have another go. Another possibility is conferencing. That's where you sit next to the student and ask questions to see how they could improve, or you point to parts of the text. After writing, there could be a correction code. Have you ever used correction codes? What do you think the point of using a correction code is? What's the reason for doing them?
To make know the student about the errors or slips with less words or graves.
Yeah, without using lots of red pen, right? Tinta roja. It looks ugly and it's scary for the students, right? So what you want to do is to encourage the student to correct themselves. So after the writing, you put the correction codes on, you give it back to the student, and then you tell them, okay, rewrite. But this time improve it with this, follow the correction code. You're not telling them exactly what the problem is. You're not being so explicit, but they need to make it, the changes themselves. That makes sense? All right, so now we're gonna do a little lesson together, okay? And we're going to write a formal letter. You know, it could be a formal email, but it just happens to be a letter. All right, so here's the letter. I'm writing to someone. Can you tell me, what do I want the receiver or the reader of this letter to do and why?
You're asking if it would be possible to change rooms, and there's a student who is extremely noisy. That's the reason.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, I want to change a room. I don't want to be staying in the same room because there's a noisy student next to me, right? Is it formal or informal, the language?
Formal.
Why do you think it's informal?
Because of the writing, some words they use or are using the letter. For example, I look forward, yours faithfully.
All right. So the language choices are formal, but why do I choose formal language? Think about who I'm writing to. The person I'm writing to.
Maybe the reader is the director of a school, or
Exactly. As someone powerful, right? So if I offend that person, what will happen? They're not going to do anything, are they? I can see
And maybe you can get fired.
saying, man, they won't do anything if it's too informal, right? It's like, hey dude, change my room. They're not going to do anything. All right, so yeah, it's an important consideration. We're going to be looking at the formality here and how to work on that. Okay, so the next stage is that I want you to be familiar with some issues of layout and content. Okay, so I'm going to give you a task on Jamboard, and I'd like you to match the different parts of the letter with their stages, the names of the stages. So you can work on all that. You can all work on this together, the three of you. Jamie. Anyway. Rosa. Christina. So here it comes. This is the Jamboard, and you can move the stickies to match the letters, the numbers. So the date, for example, that's easy enough, isn't it? Yeah. There we go. Subject, title. So I'm going to give you the link, and I'd like you to spend some time identifying the different parts of the letter. So we're looking at the big picture. Yeah. Please click on. Move the stickies around. I've added a couple of extra stickies there. So we've got 10. Ah, interesting. Are you all finished now? Should we check the answers? A formal letter is quite complex, isn't it? Yeah. So these are the answers. I'm going to put them into the chat. So the day is number 2. Further details of the situation B is 7. Reason for writing is 5. Description of situation 6. Letter opening is correct, 3. Date, yeah. Subject title is number 4. Letter ending is 9. H. Signaling the end of the letter is 10. Is 9. The letter ending is 10. Make sense? Which do you think are the most important parts of the letter that students cannot omit? Which are the really important parts of the letter, would you say? Look at the ones, the stickies with the stars on them, the 2 stars. Reason for writing, description of situation, request for action. Why do you think those are really important? Do you think it's important that the receiver knows what the situation is? Knows about the context so that they can follow up? Probably the most important is request for action, right? There has to be a request for action, otherwise nothing will be done. The noise will continue. Yeah, I will fail my year because I will not be able to concentrate. Yeah? So some parts of the essay, the letter are more important than others, aren't they? We've got to get that across to our students. All right. So the next stage in our letter writing is to, once we've got them familiarized with the layout and content, the next stage is to work a little bit on some of the language in the letter. So there are our answers. So now we'll work on appropriacy. Okay, so it's all about formality. We've discussed already that it's important that we use the right level of formality. Otherwise, the person receiving the letter will be offended and won't do anything. Right? So what use is that? What's the point of sending the letter? So I'm going to send you a Google form, and I'd like you to work on this individually and decide some questions about formality and informality. And I'll be interested to see what your answers are. Yeah, it's quite simple. Take a minute or two. So let me share that with you again. Please click on the link and submit your answers when you're ready. Can you confirm that you have this? Give me the thumbs up. Thank you. I'm going to disable the email requirement. Okay. It's not really necessary that you send it by email. Do not collect. Okay, so you should be able to do it without email now. All right, so I've got 2 responses. I need 3, please. Waiting for 1 person. Who's the slow coach? All right, so thank you. Let's check. Which of these is formal? Yes, dear sir or madam, it's pretty clear. Which of these 3 reasons for writing is formal? Yes, notice blue is too direct. I want you to help me. Red one contains contractions, which is not usual in more formal writing in English. And so that, yes, you're using the full form. It's also more grammatical. There's nothing wrong with the grammar of the others, but usually the more grammar we have, the more formal it is, yeah. And yes, more informal is will you give me? It's too direct. The others are more indirect and therefore more appropriate. You could use either of those yourselves when you come to write your own. Which is more informal? No, it's regards, yes. When do we use regards? Yours faithfully and yours sincerely, we're using letters typically. In Americans, they often say just sincerely or yours truly. But regards, we don't use in letters, do we? When do we use it? Can you think? It's like a convention. Emails, best regards or best wishes often in emails, yeah? Good job. Okay, so now I'm going to give you a template and I'd like you to write your own letter. Okay. So that's the next stage. But just check we've done everything we need to before we do that. Okay, so we've worked on appropriacy and the language there. So the next stage is to look at the rubric. You rent a room at college. Unfortunately, could you continue, Rosa, reading out the rubric?
Unfortunately, you have some problems and you find it difficult to work. Write a letter to describe the situation. Explain your problems and why it is difficult to work. Then say what kind of accommodation you would prefer. Write
Okay.
80 to 100 words.
All right, so I'm going to give you a template through the chat, and you will see each of us has their own. And here it is. All right. Can you click on there, please? And you will find your own template. Christina, you're first there. And Jamie, you're second. Lucy is not here. No, it's Rebecca. Rosa, you are on page, I think it's 5, but your name's on it anyway, yeah? Can you confirm that you found it? Great. Christina, can you give me the thumbs up? You have yours? Jamie, you there? Okay, the reason why we're doing this, because I want you to get the feeling of how a student would do it, especially in the online, yeah? Obviously, if it was in a real classroom, you would have the paper in front of you, right? But you would have a template very similar to this, right? So it would, the template would kind of indicate how many paragraphs there should be written and how many words you should do, right? So I'm going to give you about between 10 and 15 minutes to write your own. And after we've written them, what we're going to do is read each other's and evaluate them. Okay, so adelante, on with the writing. Christina, are you writing in the right place? ¿Me escuchas?
Yes, teacher.
Yes, so you're writing in the first one, yeah? Jamie, you're writing in page 2. And Christina, Rosa's down below. Yeah. You found it, Rosa? Okay, let's set the clock. It's a good idea to give your students a time limit, so I'll give you maximum 15 minutes, maybe a little less if you're doing well. Guys, can I just ask you to check you're actually following the rubric? The instructions was that you were renting a room at college. Unfortunately, you have some problems, find it difficult to work. What is the disturbance? Huh? This is actually quite important when you're getting students to write, is that they actually follow the instructions for the writing task. So just check that you're doing that. Okay, you have 1 minute to finish. You'll have noticed, time's up. You'll have noticed that right after the place where you did your writing, there's a checklist. Right. And we're going to use this to evaluate each other's writing. Okay. That's just quite a common thing to do with teaching these days. I often do it with my own students. Now you can use ticks, palomas, or crosses, or yes or no's. Right. So the first thing is the writer using the correct letter layout? Is there an appropriate letter opening? Is there a reason for writing in the first sentence? Is the organization of the content correct? Description of the situation, further details, request for action. I guess you could omit further details, but you need to include description and a request, right, for action. Language should be informal. Are they using fixed expressions like yours faithfully or yours sincerely, right, in the correct places? Is there a signal to end the lesson? Is there an appropriate ending? Does their name appear at the end? Do you have any further comments? Okay, so I'm going to hand this over to you, and Christina, please, I would like you to evaluate Rosa's letter. So that means you're going to have to go to her letter, find the letter, and after the letter, there's the checklist. So you need to read it, and it's quite easy to use the checklist. You just have to decide if it's yes or no. Rosa's is here. This one. There we go. So
Yes.
Christina, you would have to go to, this is Rosa's letter. You go to the end, okay? And look,
Yes.
there's the checklist, and you decide, is it the right layout? What do you think? Yes, it looks correct,
Yes,
doesn't it? Yeah,
yes.
but I mean, it's difficult to go wrong because of the template, yeah? So let's all give a yes for that one, yeah? Let's all assume it's the correct layout, all right? So Christina, you work on Rosa's. Rosa, please work on Jamie's. And Jamie, please work on Christina's. So read their letters. Let's see how well they did. And you can write some comments at the end. You may wish to comment on whether they answered the task very well, right? Did they follow the instructions? Look at the instructions. This is actually very important, especially if your students are going to do exams. They have to follow the task instructions for the writing. If they don't, they're going to lose points. Yeah, just to show that it's not all about grammar. It's not all about vocabulary. Yeah, it's organization as much as anything, and following the instructions. You could argue that this is not a very creative way of doing writing, but it's realistic, because this is the way in the real world you have to write. If your students are going to do Cambridge exams or TOEFL or IELTS in the future, this procedure is what they'll have to follow. So you just delete, if you think it's yes, you just delete the N, right? If you think it's no, delete the Y. Yeah, Rosa, you're reading Jamie's. Have you deleted? Which do you think? Is it yes or no? You've got to choose one of them. You said, is the language in a formal style? No. Okay, but what about the rest of them? Is there an appropriate letter opening? Is there a reason for writing the first sentence? I can see that there is, so I would say yes to that one. We're not really commenting on the accuracy here. We're commenting on the content. Yeah. This is what we want as students to do, to notice whether their classmates are including the content of the writing. You as the teacher can comment on the actual accuracy, because you're the expert on the language. Okay, looks like you're more or less finished, right? Christina, you've no comments on Rosa's writing? Okay. Well, let's begin, shall we, with the let's do this orally now. Christina, can you tell us tell us a little bit about why you chose these yeses? You put yeses for everything.
Yes. In the opening of the letter, I can see a correct, a proper phrase to open the letter.
Oh, good, yeah.
What else? I can see that Rosa is the reasons because of the issues she had with the apartment. She's describing a situation and she's giving further details, like she's having problems with some academic problems with the situations. And she asking an action to solve the problem. I think the language she's using is formal. And used fixed expressions to correct. She's signing the end of the letter.
Yeah.
She's writing her name. And I said that just for other comments, because at the end she's asking the person she's writing to, she desire a more comfortable study environment. That's why I write yes in other comments.
Good. So do you think it's a successful letter? Do you think it would achieve the goal of getting the person to change the room?
Yes.
Yeah.
From my point of view, she got it.
Good. Good evaluation. And well done, Rosa. That was a nice letter. And you know, if you're the teacher, after this process is done of the peer evaluation, which could be, and you could get the students to do this in Spanish. Yeah. You don't have to make them do all of this in English. Just as long as it's written in English, they can do the talking about how well it's written in Spanish. if you wish. Obviously, it depends on the school you work on, but I think it would be acceptable to get them to converse or conference. So, in their first language. So, Rosa, can you tell me us about Jamie's? You said yes for everything apart from formality. Why?
Okay, the correct letter layout, yes. An appropriate letter opening, yes, I see. Oh, sorry. Yes, I see the opening, and let me see. Again. Jamie. Okay, the a reason for writing in the first sentence. Yes, she write the reason because it has been the result of a concert about a specific difficult. And correct content organization, a description of the situation, yes. Further details of the situation. Yes, it has. A request for action. Yes. The possibility to change the room. Language in a formal style, I put no, because she writes with contractions. And use of fixed expression in the correct areas, yes. A signal to end the letter, yes. And she write her name.
Right, great feedback. Yeah. And you just mentioned use of contractions as maybe an area of improvement, right? Not really appropriate. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't, it's not incorrect grammar-wise, but it just has the effect that it might not be taken very seriously. So think about that, yeah? And as a teacher, you may also wish to use, you could use some of these correction symbols, like, so we'd change that to, also the punctuation needs to be better, right? You need to use a capital letter with the pronoun there. And look, the suggestion here is that you have the preposition with after struggling, Jamie. Yeah. So as you know that as the teacher, you could possibly use a symbol there and say, look, there's a missing word. So you could say MW missing word there. Right? It might be better to have the code underneath the actual underneath the actual error. Struggling with, so you'd have MW underneath there. Okay, nice work. And Jamie, please give some feedback to Christina.
Sure. Okay. On the first part, the correct letter layout, I put yes. On appropriate letter opening, I think yes. A reason for writing in the first sentence. The reasons of the late payment of the rent. So yes. Correct content information. Description of the situation, yes. Further details of the situation, I put no. A request for action.
Why?
Yes.
Why did you say no?
Because Mm. Mm. No, it was yes, because she's
Yeah,
saying
she
she's
says
gonna
I
pay
am
the
in the
rent the next
second.
week.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So there is yes.
Okay.
Language and informal style, I think it's not,
Why?
because inform you. I don't know if it's correct, but to say you, you're not being very formal.
Well, there's
Like
only
I'm
one.
writing to
There's only one pronoun
inform you.
for the second person in English. It's either you or you. We used to have a more formal address, but we no longer use it. In fact, you was the more formal address. It used to be thou and you, right? Like tu and usted. So no, I think it's okay. I think the formality is okay. It's just she's not using contractions, so she's using full form and she's being grammatical. So it has the appearance of being formality. Okay. Anything else?
And the other ones I put yes.
Yeah. Did she fulfill the task?
Yes.
No, she didn't. Look at the task. It says, you rent a room at college. Unfortunately, you have some problems and find it difficult to work.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
But
What? So it implies a change of accommodation, right? Say what kind of an accommodation you would prefer. So she's asking for
exactly.
she hasn't asked for a change of accommodation.
Yes.
Yeah. So what she's done is she's apologized for late rent. So she hasn't
Yeah.
followed the task instructions. So that's a comment you could make. And it's a relevant comment that you would make to your students. Yeah. Imagine this was an exam. Okay, you would get points for the other issues, but if you've not followed the task rubric, not followed very closely, so you would lose points for that. Very closely. Huh? So I'm sure, Christina, have you ever encountered that with your students, that they don't sometimes follow the task instructions? Jeez.
Yes, I don't follow. I
Yeah.
didn't follow the rubric. Sorry.
Yeah, but you have students, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And when they're writing, do they sometimes not follow the task instructions?
Yes, I point the lack of instructions or the points
Yeah.
to cover the rubric. Yes.
So when we're doing this kind of writing, it's product writing, right? We need to be firm with the students and really point out, look, check the instructions carefully, follow them, because if not, you will lose points, especially if it's an exam. Yeah. It's not all of the evaluation, but it's part of it. So yeah, there's one thing is creative writing, and this sort of writing, which is very often what they will encounter. They have to be a bit more disciplined in following that. Yeah? Okay. Having said that, that's not always the sort of writing you would do in the classroom. It's just a common type of writing that you will probably do as a teacher, this type of product framework, okay? Or genre, as we call it. because it makes the students study a type of text and how to produce it. Now, in Australia, this is quite common because they have a lot of immigrants coming from Asia to Sydney and Melbourne and those places. And when the immigrants come and they get English classes, they get training in this sort of thing so that they can adapt to life in an English-speaking country. So it's sometimes called the product or genre framework. There's usually a lead-in, comprehension check of the text. They look at the analysis, the layout or content. There's awareness of the register, looking at style and appropriacy. They write according to the task rubric, sometimes with a template, sometimes not. There's often a peer evaluation using a checklist. They could rewrite, and at the end they can display their work on the board or on the walls of the classroom so that students can walk around and look at them. Okay. That makes sense. Just before we finish, look at this writing task. Do you think this is an effective writing task? We've been talking about task instructions. Write 10 sentences about your favorite singer or musician. What do you think could be wrong with it? In some ways, you could say it's quite motivating. Yeah. I'm sure my son could write 10 sentences about The Weeknd. But is it very realistic? No, in reality, outside of the classroom, do people write like that? What do you think, Christina? What do you think, Jamie?
No,
No, they don't, do they? Yeah.
no.
This is more likely what they would write. So think about how you formulate the instructions for writing. So it could be write a review of your favorite singer's new album for a blog post. Write an email to your friend, convincing him or her to listen to your favorite band. Write a fan letter to your favorite musician. Write an opinion piece for the newspaper asking the city to sponsor a concert by your favorite singer, like in Mexico City where they have free concerts. Write an Instagram caption for a photo of you at the last concert you attended. That makes sense. I hope so. To try and make them realistic. To be a simulation of what they would write in real life, not like just 10 sentences about your favorite singer. Okay, we're almost done. I think to finish, we should do a quick TKT task. And then we'll talk about what we're doing next week. So, this is Unit 17. Developing productive skills. At the end, we have a practice task. I'd like you to match the coursebook instructions with the writing sub-skills. It's one option you do not need to use. I'll give you maximum 5 minutes to do this. Put your answers in the chat at the end. Thank you, Jamie. Just waiting for Christina and Rosas. Can check the answers. We've got about 30 seconds left. So which one don't we need to use? Or which one is not needed? It's actually F, isn't it? Paragraphing. It's the one that's not needed. Yeah, so here are the answers. So number 1 is forming letters. We could do that often with younger learners, can't we? Kind of a basic skill. Sometimes you do encounter learners of English that have a different alphabet, so they need practice with the Roman alphabet. For Spanish learners, Spanish-speaking learners, it's not such a problem because we have the same alphabet. How about number 2? Tick the correct place in the letter for the address of the receiver. So that is E. Layout. This letter has no commas or full stops. That's punctuation. A. Number 4 is linking words. Conjunctions is linking. Ideas for a story is planning. And 6 is proofreading. So the one that wasn't used is paragraphing. All good. So we've covered a good range of writing skills today. And we're just about ready to finish. But just before we do, let me just point ahead to what we're doing next week. From 9 till 11, I'm going to do a demo of a writing skills lesson and a speaking skills lesson with you. And then hopefully at 11 o'clock, we should have some learners. Probably going to be some elementary learners. Now, if you would like to, you can ask them to join. Yeah, you could, if you have any friends, elementary level friends that would like a free English lesson and would like to come to these free English classes so that you could use them as your students. So it has a benefit for you. You can send them this link, this Zoom link that we use. No problem. Just ask them to come along and we can register them with Carmen in good time, yeah? So the link is here. You can just save the link. And if you know a friend, maybe a nephew or a niece, a member of your family even, ask them to come along because they can have a free English lesson. And we'll do a sort of grammar lesson next week on possession in English. Talking about possessions. That's the code they've got to use. Okay. So I'll do a demo for 1 hour, and then we'll do some input on assessing learners, different ways of assessing them, and we'll talk about the demo and have a guided lesson planning session to prepare you for the week after when Siona will be observing you teaching. Okay. So in the course of the week, I will send you the points, the teaching practice points. That's what TP means. So that you can begin to plan for your first teaching practice from the 3rd of August. All right. Any questions or doubts? You've also...
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. About the LRT.
Yeah.
We're gonna send it on Saturday, right?
You
Like
should
the
send,
real one?
you've sent your first draft, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, wait until you get some feedback
Okay.
from your tutor.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Okay, and once you've got the feedback, then you can send in you can do any changes and upload it. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Teacher Andrew,
Yes.
the same that Jamie. In my case, I upload the task in the comment area because I don't find the button to upload, and I mail to Carmen asking if she could fix my platform. But I still don't have the button to
Oh dear.
upload. So I uploaded into the comment area as a comment.
Okay. So
I think me too.
all right, let me just, I think the important thing is that the tutor receives your assignment. So let me just check. Siona and I talked about who would mark each. Okay, so Christina, Rosa Maria, and Jamie, I would recommend that you just send them directly to Siona. Okay, by email. In the meantime, you've got Siona's email, yeah? So you can just send it to her because she's going to be marking your LRT, and I'm going to be marking Lucy, Rebecca, and Tadeo's. Okay.
Okay, teacher, thank you.
I sent
Para asegurar, okay, just as a backup. All right.
I sent Fiona's my WA1.
Yeah.
I sent Fiona.
Fantastic. Great. Okay, so that's your respaldo, right? Okay, I think with that we can finish today. Good. So enjoy your lunch. Get descansen. Good
Thank
work
you.
today.
Thank you.
I
You
will
too.
I will also upload the video into the resource area of the NEO. Okay.
Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.